And they're off. Sea by the Sea out well. Here comes Quick Reload, and on the far outside, Joe Chrome. These three will make the pace with Quick Reload coming out on top. Joe Chrome is second. Sea by the Sea going to take back to a stalking roll in third. Gap of 3 lengths back to Erie Island Man, who's on the outside of Salt Mine Teddy, trailing the field. It's about 7 lengths front to back. Quick Reload has opened up 1.5 on Joe Chrome, past an opening quarter in a quick 22 flat. Sea by the Sea is ridden along from third, 3 lengths better than the pair of Salt Mine Teddy and Erie Island Man. 3/8 of a mile left to go. It's the 3 to 5 favorite, Quick Reload. Under a snug ride by Kirk Johnson, 2 lengths better than Joe Chrome. Asked for more. Sea by the Sea angles to the outside, trying to gain momentum. Still 3 lengths back to Salt Mine Teddy and Erie Island Man. 46 flat for the half. They turn for home. It is Quick Reload still on top. Joe Chrome launches a bit at the top of the stretch. Sea by the Sea coming down the outside. Nothing from the back yet. They still haven't got the Quick Reload, who's up by 2 with less than a furlong to go. Quick Reload looking to hold on. Sea by the Sea down the outside with Joe Chrome between them. They're inching closer to Quick Reload coming down to the wire. Quick Reload looks like he has enough. Quick Reload, 3/4 of a length better than Sea by the Sea. Joe Chrome and then Erie Island Man, 1, 12, and 2. And they're off. 2-year contract out best, no more on the outside, and here comes Timmins looking for position along the outside. It's going to be 2-year contract, rushing out to assume command. Timmins is going to race from second, about 2 lengths off the leaders with no more to his outside. Another 2 back to Santiago Salsa, racing in the middle of the track, and the trailer is Big Brown Brewski. They raced midway down the backstretch. It is 2-year contract leading the way. The opening quarter was a moderate 23 seconds flat. Timmins is racing in second with no more, ridden along from third. Santiago Salsa is 4 deep, and Big Brown Brewski continues to trail. They're about 5 lengths tip to tail. 3/8 of a mile left to go. 2-year contract is still leading the way. Timmins has come off the inside. He's asked for more now, opening up 2 lengths on no more from third. A half was 46 and 1. Big Brown Brewski is gaining momentum along the inside, and Santiago Salsa not responding. They swing for home. 2-year contract still leads the way under Ram Sammy. Timmins is not gaining much ground. No more needs to do better. It is just over a furlong to go, and 2-year contract looks to go all the way. 2-year contract is up by 4. No more is coming into second along the inside, passing Timmins, but as they come to the wire, nobody is going to threaten 2-year contract. Its 2-year contract wrapped up by about 5. No more was second. Then Timmins and Big Brown Brewski, 1:17 and 4. And they're off. Hermione Granger broke a bit slowly. Eyes a Breeze is showing good speed. Along the rail is Leah's Sunshine, and now rushing up is Blame the Toll. Trying to recover from the slow start, Hermione Granger, and at the back is Only at Midnight. Leah's Sunshine now dropping back to last. First-time starter Eyes a Breeze is controlling the pace, 1.5 lengths clear of Hermione Granger in second. Blame the Toll, bet down to 1 to 5, is settling along the inside as Only at Midnight begins a rush. It's a gap of 3 back to Leah's Sunshine, who trails the field. The quarter was 22-4. It is Eyes a Breeze making the pace. Hermione Granger is chasing from second. Only at Midnight is into third. Blame the Toll needs to do a lot better at 1-5. She's got 7 lengths to make up on the leaders. Well back to Leah's Sunshine. They swing for home. There's 3/16 of a mile left to go. It is Eyes a Breeze looking to go gate to wire, but here comes Hermione Granger down the outside. It's down to these two with 1/8 of a mile to go. Eyes a Breeze and Boulanger up by 1, wandering out. Hermione Granger not doing enough from second. Blame the Toll is third. Coming down to the wire, it's going to be Eyes a Breeze and Brandon Boulanger on top. Eyes a Breeze by 1 3/4. Hermione Granger, Blame the Toll, and then only at Midnight, 105 flat. And they're off. The Green Planet broke well with Very Unified. Deep on the track is She Ain't No Joke. Then we have Seeds of Grandeur, a gap of 2 back to My Girl Hooter, Lunatica, and Fleeka. They race on to the backstretch. It is the Green Planet dueling with She Ain't No Joke. Landing in a pocket spot from third is Very Unified, 2 lengths off of the leader. It's a gap of about 4 back to Seeds of Grandeur. Fleeka making up ground on the outside of My Girl Hooter, and Lunatica is now the trailer. The quarter was 22-4. Here comes Very Unified rushing up the rail to stick ahead in front of the Green Planet. She Ain't No Joke is in fourth, about 3 lengths off the lead. It's another gap of 5 to Seeds of Grandeur. Along the inside, My Girl Hooter begins to gain momentum, passing Fleeka and well back to Lunatica. Less than 5/16 of a mile to go. The half was 46 flat, and Very Unified has opened up a 3-length lead on the Green Planet. She Ain't No Joke looks empty on the outside. She's lost third to My Girl Hooter, who's rallying up the rail. She looks like the only threat to Very Unified as they race down the stretch. Very Unified is wandering a bit. She still has a 3-length lead, but My Girl Hooter is closing resolutely down the outside. My Girl Hooter and Very Unified. Now My Girl Hooter takes control easily. It is My Girl Hooter and Steve Jadu with a rallying win in the fourth. My Girl Hooter going on to win by about 3. Very Unified going to hold second over Lunatica, and then Seeds of Grandeur, 120 flat. And they're off. Showing speed from the inside, Is There a Forest? Also showing up is Sub-Zero Plus. Sienna Dream is forwardly placed with Fancy Soul. Deep on the track is Fresh Dreams, and wider still is JMR Gemma. This whole field, all 6 of them within a length. It's Is There a Forest with a very short lead over a rushing Sienna Dream. Deep on the track, JMR Gemma is looking for position as Sub-Zero Plus taps out. Fancy Soul is on heels between horses, past the quarter in 22-4. They are still very clustered up front. Is There a Forest now 3/4 of a length in front. Sienna Dream, Fresh Dreams, and JMR Gemma race stacked up for second. Fancy Soul back to fifth, and Sub-Zero Plus trails. 3 furlongs left to go. Is There a Forest still has a head in front of Fresh Dreams and JMR Gemma. Looking on it from fourth is Fancy Soul as Sienna Dream backs out, and angling wide is Sub-Zero Plus. They've got a quarter of a mile left to go. The half was 46 and 2. Fresh Dreams takes a run. It Is There a Forest, who still has a short lead. Looking for room is Fancy Soul. She angles out and finds a split. JMR Gemma is 4 deep. It Is There a Forest looking to go all the way. Fresh Dreams is right there. Fancy Soul is finishing well down the outside. Is There a Forest trying to hold off Fancy Soul? Is There a Forest and Fancy Soul lunging late? Fancy Soul, Is There a Forest? Fancy Soul gets her head in front. It's Fancy Soul and Pierre Mailhot. Is There a Forest was second, then Fresh Dreams, a photo for fourth between JMR Gemma and Sub-Zero Plus, 1:18 and 4. And they're off. Papa Silver broke best. Also showing up is Dazzling Diva. Now deep on the track is Fermenter, and rushing up the rail is Too Sweet for Me. It is Too Sweet for Me, a length better than Fermenter. It's a gap of 3 back to Dazzling Diva and Only Believe, who races a pair. Original Me is next, and after that sharp start, Papa Silver has been taken back to last. Just over a half mile to go. It's Too Sweet for Me leading the way at even money. The opening quarter was 22 and 2. Fermenter races from second, a length off the lead. The top two have opened up about 6 on Dazzling Diva and Only Believe. Angling out is Papa's Silver, and Original Me is tailing off at the back. Midway round the turn, it is Too Sweet for Me still leading the way. Fermenter is watching a length back in second. Papa Silver has ranged up 3 wide into third, passing Only Believe and Dazzling Diva. Original Me at the back, 46 and 2 for the half. They swing for home. Not much has changed. Too Sweet for Me and Fermenter are still 1-2. Too Sweet for Me a length better than Fermenter, who's trying. Papa Silver tries to rally down the outside with Only Believe. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. It is Too Sweet for Me and Pierre Mailhot. Fermenter is still second, but as they come down to the wire, Too Sweet for Me is clearly best. Too Sweet for Me by 3.5. Fermenter held second from Only Believe, and then Papa's Silver, 1:13 and 2. All set. And they're off. Loki's Lightning out best from the outside, Donarama, and here comes Jimmy as a breeze to split them. These three will go out to make the pace. Menagerie is going to settle in fourth along the rail. Then we have Super Follow, and Closing Briefs is at the back. They race into the clubhouse turn. It is Jimmy as a breeze and Donarama. These two are 1-2 midway around the turn. After the sharp start, Loki's Lightning is taken back into third on the outside. Menagerie is racing along the rail from fourth, and we have Closing Briefs, and Super Follow is now the trailer. 23 and 1 for the opening quarter. It is Jimmy as a breeze up by 2. Donarama watches from second, about 4 lengths better than Loki's Lightning. Menagerie is gaining a bit of position along the fence. Then we have Closing Briefs and another 2 lengths back to Super Follow. Midway down the backstretch, Jimmy as a breeze is still freewheeling on the lead. The lead is up to 3 as Donarama races from second. The half was 47 seconds flat. Loki's Lightning and Menagerie share third. They're 3 lengths better than Super Follow, who's gaining ground on the outside of Closing Briefs. 3 furlongs left to go. Jimmy as a breeze bet down to 75. 7-5 still maintains the lead. Donarama is still second, but here comes Loki's Lightning making up ground. Menagerie and Super Follow need to get going. Closing Briefs is the trailer. Quarter of a mile left to go. Jimmy is a Breeze has the lead, but she's on borrowed time. Here come Donnarumma and Loki's Lightning at the head of the lane. Donnarumma sticks ahead in front of a tire. Jimmy is a Breeze. Loki's Lightning down the outside. 3 across the track. Donnarumma, Loki's Lightning. Donnarumma up by 2. Loki's Lightning is trying to hold second over Jimmy is a Breeze, who battles back a bit, but Donnarumma is going to be a much the best winner under Amanda Vandermeersch. Donnarumma wins by about 5. Jimmy is a Breeze was second over a closing super follow, and then Loki's Lightning, 144 and 1. And they're off. Dot's Vision out well. Glitter Bay under a hold from the rail. Here comes Jack Beanstalk and Chairman Bob to make a line of 3. Hiatus is also showing pace. At the back is going to be Rocket Joe Copper. They race into the clubhouse turn. Chris Husbands takes a peek behind him with Jack Beanstalk. Dot's Vision races between horses with Hiatus on the outside in the 3 path. Jack Beanstalk takes back to third now, racing 2 lengths better than Chairman Bob. Another 2 back to Rocket Joe Copper, who races off the rail with Glitter Bay on the inside. The quarter was quick, 22 and 4. It is Dot's Vision and Hiatus duking it out. Jack Beanstalk with a stalking trip from third. Chairman Bob is back into fourth with Rocket Joe Copper fifth, gaining a bit of ground. And still at the back is Glitter Bay. They're midway down the backstretch. Dot's Vision still has a half-length lead over Hiatus. Chairman Bob is now into third, ahead better than Jack Beanstalk. Wide on the track, Rocket Joe Copper is gaining ground, and Glitter Bay is still at the back. The half was 46 and 2. Dot's Vision is now shaken clear of Hiatus, who's backpedaling. Chairman Bob is into second. Jack Beanstalk third on the inside. Rocket Joe Copper is wide. On heels now. Glitter Bay tries to make a rally, but lost some momentum. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Dot's Vision is up to a 2-length lead. Jack Beanstalk is into second along the rail, passing Chairman Bob. Rocket Joe Copper stalls from the outside. They swing for home. Dot's Vision is up by 3. It is Dot's Vision well in hand. Jack Beanstalk tries to rally from the back. Here comes Glitter Bay. It is still Dot's Vision on top. Here comes Jack Beanstalk. Dot's Vision trying to hold off Jack Beanstalk, who's rallying strongly. Jack Beanstalk coming. Dot's Vision holding. Dot's Vision prevails. Jack Beanstalk was second. Then we had Rocket Joe Copper and Glitter Bay, 143 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on an overcast Tuesday evening. We had some rain earlier today. Luckily, that seems to have subsided. It's pretty breezy out right now. 20 degrees Celsius, 69 Fahrenheit. The main track is sloppy, and we are off the turf today. Turf races go later. Races 5 and 8. They will now be on the main track. 34 minutes to first post. Visit our website, forterierracing.com, for info about everything going on at the track. We have live streaming of all of our races, and you can find all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Monday, July 3rd and Tuesday, July 4th. First post will be 4:30. We have our free concert after the races tonight featuring The Trip. That will be on the Tiki Bar stage, so if you're on track tonight, be sure to stick around. Several other free concerts taking place over the summer. The dog races are back at Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds have their turn on Sunday, August 13th. Dog races to take place after the last horse races of the day. Be sure to mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. If you're on track with us, the Paddock Shack is a great spot for all of your fried foods and beverages right by the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is now open. It's located next to the Tiki Bar. Be sure to head on down. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more info, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Early pick 4 guaranteed at $7,500. That starts in race 2. Then in race 4, we have the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverages permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In race 1, there's an ownership change on the number 5, One Punch Charlie. The ownership should read Warren LeBlanc. In race 2, an overweight on number 6, Forest Selection. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 122. In race 3, an overweight on number 3, Orbiting the Sky, 2 pounds over at 122. In race 4, number 2, Miss Molly Lalou will be 2 pounds over at 120. And number 4, Devil in Her Heart, will be 3 pounds over at 113. And take note that the rider will not carry a whip. Race 5 is off the turf. It will now be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratched the number 1, Synchromesh. Rider change on the number 3, Voyant. Make the rider Chris Husbands. Vet scratched the number 4, Spiral Storm. Steward scratched the number 9, Blues Power. Also eligible number 10, Morning Thoughts, will draw in. In race 6, Steward scratched the number 3, All About the Drama. In race 7, number 3, Honey Girl, will be 3 pounds over at 113. And take note the rider will not carry a whip. Number 6, Miss Sidhu, will be 4 pounds over at 122. Vet scratch the number 7, One Last Fling. And number 8, Katie and Emma, will be 3 pounds over at 123. Race 8 is off the turf and will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs on the main track. There will be no jackpot high five wagering in race 8. Steward scratch the number 1, William Boy. Steward scratch the number 5, Am Prepared. Steward scratch the number 7, Vittori Kin. Steward scratch the number 9, Redoubts Light. Also eligible number 10, Dotted Line, will draw in. So we are back here at Fort Erie for another 8-race card on a Tuesday evening. Wagering support was strong again yesterday with over $1 million bet. The handle has been very strong. We want to thank all of our horse players for participating. Now let's take a look at today's races. Race 1 is a claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Field of 5 set to go here. Going with the number 1, Money Matters, who's taking a drop in class. He was beaten a length when finishing 4th in a tough starter on June 13th. He's been racing very well since being claimed by owner-trainer Al Bird, and with this class relief, he should be tough to beat. Number 4, Striking Moon, looks like the logical favorite. The Nick Malini barn is on fire. That combo of Malini and Helen Vanek has done very well so far this meet. Striking Moon was a 7-length winner at 5 cents on the dollar and a 62.50 claimer on June 13th. He's got to tackle tougher company here, but he's clearly quite good right now. Rounding things out, number 5, One Punch Charlie, made his Fort Erie debut on the turf on June 13th and was beaten ahead by Dr. Uptown, who's a pretty back-classy horse. One Punch Charlie was a winner at Woodbine 2 starts ago. We have to see how he handles the dirt. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to 6. Field of 6 set to go here. I'm going to go with the 2, Royal Biz, for Josh Robillard and Radcliffe Racing Stable. Leo Salez aboard this one. He was a regular rider for this gelding last year. Royal Biz looks like the speed of the speed in here. Had a couple of good races over wet tracks last year, including a nice 4th in Allowance Company. Red Maple and Abstemious were top 2 in that race. Royal Biz, if he gets loose on the lead, he could be tough to run down off the layoff. Number 6, Forest Selection, was a winner by a nose over a sloppy track at Mountaineer on May 1st, then came back to Fort Erie. Faced in an allowance group, dueled on the lead and just got tired. There was a pretty clustered pace there, some good horses in that race. We know he likes the wet surface. He could be the thorn in Royal Biz's side on the early lead. And round things out, number 4, Dimi Kwando, made his Fort Erie debut on June 13th in a 62.50 claimer. He was a distant 3rd behind Striking Moon, who we just touched on in race 1. Biggest concern about Dimi Kwando is his efforts over a wet track have not been very good, but there may have been outlying reasons for that. He's stakes placed in Winnipeg at Assiniboia Downs last year when he finished 2nd in the Golden Boy. Dimi Kwando looks like a logical contender here. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $47.50. Field of 6 here, and I think with the sloppy going, this obviously plays into the hand of number 1, Jungle Goddess. Jungle Goddess has a great record over wet tracks. She was a winner for $8,000 on June 12th and now takes the drop in for $5,000. There's not a lot of other serious speed here, so if Salas gets Jungle Goddess out of the gate and onto the lead, she should be very tough to run down. Second pick is number 5, Rain by Rain, who took on starter foes on the turf on Father's Day. Had a wide trip and just hung in the stretch. Gets some class relief here. Her races over wet tracks have not been great, but there were some outlying reasons for those. I think Rain by Rain looks like a contender here. Then to round things out, number 4, More Savvy. She rallied to be 3rd behind Snell Flicka on June 13th. That was a very speed-favoring day. Over a more fair surface, More Savvy looks logical. She has a good record over a wet track. Race 4 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs. It's a field of 6. And I'm going to go with the Woodbine claim, number 6, My Girl Gabby. This one claimed for $7,500 by Robert Warner. Gets the riding services of Amanda Vandermeer, who had a win on yesterday's card. My Girl Gabby has a bit of early speed. She's not a runoff type, but she could be forwardly placed. Doesn't look like she's getting in a very tough group for her Fort Erie debut. Number 1, Sneaky Rebel, made her Fort Erie debut on June 6th, dueled on the lead and was outkicked by Can't Beat the Cats, who came back to be second in one of our long run stakes on Father's Day, so that's a pretty good reference. Sneaky Rebel's probably the speed of the speed here. Forest Choice might have something to say about that. Sneaky Rebel should be forwardly placed under Leo Salas. Then number 4, Devil in Her Heart. She was completely flat in the same allowance race on June 6th. Makes her second start of the year here. She was a maiden winner over Sloppy Track last year. We know she can run well in the slop, and that could be enough to get her to pick up a check. Race 5 is off the turf. It will now be run at 5 furlongs on the main track. It is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. Got a few scratches here. We got a field of 7 going. My top pick is the number 6, Action Point, who's making his first start of the year here. Action Point took to the Fort Erie dirt nicely last year. He made 3 starts, all of them over wet tracks. An impressive maiden win on September 27th, and he closed out his meet with a nice second behind Swigoo Star against non-winners of 3 company. Now he gets to race against non-winners of 2. If he's fit and ready to go off the layoff, he should be tough to beat. Number 5, Working Out. He was beaten at 45 cents to the dollar on May 30th behind Hadassah's Devil. I thought he looked very tough to beat there, but he was flat in the stretch. He ran over the mud on October 17th last year, finishing 3rd, a length and 3/4 behind Action Point. He's a logical horse. He's well-bred, nice Chiefswood runner, but he is not an overlay over this field. Number 3, Voyant, looks to round things out. He had a 4th place finish on June 12th. He was beaten by a couple of today's runners, MC Jackhammer, one of them. His record over the slop is okay. It doesn't seem to be his preferred going. He seems to like it a little faster, but he's a very consistent check earner and looks like he should be in the hunt today with Chris Husbands picking up the mount. Race 6, Claimers, fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to go 5 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. We're scratched down to 6 with All About the Drama being taken out. Top pick here is number 5, Cozy Cat, for Daryl Ezra and Amanda Vandermeersch. She kicked off her season on June 13th and ran a very good second behind Snell Flicka. We mentioned that race earlier. The track on June 13th was very speed favoring and Snell Flicka took advantage. So I think horses that were behind Snell Flicka that day could be worth a look. Cozy Cat likes the 5/8 distance. Should fare well with this group. Number 7, Fun Cool, was claimed for $5,000 on May 23rd, came back for $8,000 on June 12th, showed a bit of tactical speed but flattened out. Gets right back in for $5,000. Roy Augustino not messing around with this one. Pierre Mailhot retains the mount. We know there's more horse than she showed last time. We know she can handle the slop. She was a winner on it back in October. Fun Cool could turn things around. Then to round things out, this is a tough one. Number 1, Dreamin' of Passion. She was the runner-up in one of the Cup Stakes last year. She was a winner in Starter Company, claimed for $6,000 in July. Did a lot of good off the claim, and now she's dropping right in for 5 off the layoff. Plenty of work, so the fitness doesn't seem to be a concern, but the drop is suspicious. We're going to see if Dreamin' of Passion can show up at a short price under apprentice Deshaun Bino. Race 7 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to 6. We are scratched down to a field of 7. Big scratch of the number 7, One Last Fling, who was the 9-5 morning line favorite. That changes this race a lot. I'm going to go with a class dropper here, number 4, Tickle Her Toe. She's had 2 starts at Fort Erie this year. One was an allowance race where she was 3rd behind Glitter Bay and Let's Run 2, who's also showing up here. Then she made an early move on the turf on June 18th and flattened out in the starter optional race. Emil Ramsamy and Louis Cappy had a win together on yesterday's card. Tickle Her Toe gets that drop in for $62.50. Should be a wake-up prospect. I like Tickle Her Toe, so I have to mention the number 5, Let's Run 2, who has a length and a quarter in front of Tickle Her Toe on June 6th. This one has speed. seemed to handle the dirt very well. We're going to see how she likes to sloppy going in her second Fort Erie attempt. And then to round things out, number 2, Born to be Good, was second behind the speedy Is There a Forest over the slop on June 12th in an off-turf race. Both of her starts this year have been good, and she looks like a contender to pick up a check. Last race of the day, race 8, is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We are off the turf, so we are now going 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track for a price of $62.50 down to 6. We have quite a few scratches here. We are down to a field of 6, so there will not be jackpot high-five wagering here. I'm going to go with the number 4, AI Initiative. Sharon Chicado trains, Leo Salas rides. He ran on the turf on June 13th and made a nice late run to be third behind Dr. Uptown. He wants a bit more distance than 6 1/2 furlongs, but he's run consistently well over wet tracks in recent starts, including a few down at Mountaineer. If everything sets up and he can come with a late kick, he should be right there at the finish. Number 6, Half Lit. He was flat in a very tough $8,000 race on Father's Day. Start before that on the turf going 5/8 was a pretty good run, though. He made up a lot of ground to be third. He's another one. He's been on the board every time he's run over a wet track. Could be live at a bit of a price. And then number 8, Beyond My Dreams. This is another one. Shown he can win on the slop. That was at a mile at Mahoning Valley back in January. Another one who probably wants more distance usually, but in this group with a lot of routers, the 6 1/2 might not be a problem today. So we have 17 minutes for today's first race. Best of luck to everybody joining us today. 17 minutes to post.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field for today's first race is making their way on track. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going to travel 6 furlongs over the main track for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Field of 5 set to go here. Take note that the number 1, Money Matters, will race with inserts. Inserts on the number 1. First to parade, number 1 is Money Matters. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for owner-trainer Alan Bird. Number 2 is Beyond Borders. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Number 3 is Torpedo Max. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Howard Keane and owner Fortunato Galati. Nick Malini Jr. owns and trains the number 4, Striking Moon. The rider is Helen Vanek. And completing the field, number 5 is One Punch Charlie. Jodine Anderson in the ride for trainer George Newland and owner Warren LeBlanc. 5 minutes to post for race 1, early pick 5 wagering offered here. Starting gate taking position at the 6 furlong pole. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Early pick 5 starts here. Field for race 1 heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 3 to 5 favorite is number 4, Striking Moon, on the heels of a 7-length romp a couple of weeks ago. 2 to 1 on the Rail Runner, Money Matters. As we begin loading, Money Matters will be the first to come up under Pierre Mailhot. Already in the gate is One Punch Charlie and Jodine Anderson. Gate 2 for Beyond Borders and Mark Lee Buchanan. Long Shot Torpedo Max and Chris Husbands to gate 3. And the last to load will be Striking Moon with Helen Vanek. All set. Looks like Money Matters popped the front gate open. Did not get loose though, still standing there. All set. And they're off. Striking Moon out best. One Punch Charlie and Torpedo Max also showing up. Here comes Money Matters on the inside. They're 4 across the track. The early trailer is going to be Beyond Borders. They race down the backstretch, and now Money Matters has seized control. He's a length better than the pair of Striking Moon and Torpedo Max. It's 1.5 back to One Punch Charlie, and advancing along the rail is Beyond Borders. The field is strung out by about 5 lengths. The opening quarter was 22-1. Leading the way, it is Money Matters. Striking Moon, the 1-2 favorite in striking position from second as Torpedo Max begins to lose ground. Beyond Borders is third along the rail, and on the outside is One Punch Charlie. Midway around the turn and Striking Moon begins to descend on Money Matters. They are now head and head with just over a quarter of a mile to race. They've opened up 4 on One Punch Charlie, who's gaining on the outside of Beyond Borders. 45 and 4 for the half. They swing for home. It is Striking Moon on top. Money Matters along the rail needs to find more as Striking Moon opens up 2. Money Matters angles to the outside. One Punch Charlie is rallying in vain. He still has 7 lengths to make up on the leader. Striking Moon, who's up by 6 at the 16th pole. It is Striking Moon in a procession under a hand ride by Helen Vanek. Not asked for anything, geared down at the wire. Striking Moon. Money Matters was second, then One Punch Charlie, Beyond Borders, and Torpedo Max. 1, 10, and 4. Unofficial in the opener, Striking Moon, the 1-2 favorite on top. Second was number 1, Money Matters. Third, number 5, One Punch Charlie, and fourth, number 2, Beyond Borders. Unofficial race 1 order is 4-1-5-2. Race 1 is now official. Striking Moon makes his way back to the walking ring winner's circle. The 1-2 favorite wins the opener in hand. He is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Palace Malice out of Roxy Fast Moon. A Florida bred by Southwind Stables Incorporated. Striking Moon takes the opener under Helen Vanek for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. That is back-to-back wins for Striking Moon, his 6th lifetime triumph, completing the 6 furlongs in the slop today in 1, 10, and 4. Striking Moon, $3 even to win, 210 and 210. Money Matters, $260 and 210, and number 5, One Punch Charlie, $250. $2 exacta, 4-1 returns $530. The $1 try, 415, 725. And the $1 super, 4152, 1010. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Race 2 is coming up next in 18 minutes. We have a couple of overweights here. This one being announced for the first time. The number 2 Royal Biz will be 2 pounds over at 122. And the number 6 for Selection, also 2 over at 122.
We get ready for the early pick 4 here in race number 2. $7,500 guarantee for that pool. And going postward, you have a field of non-winners of 3 lifetime in for that tag of $6,250. Set to go 6 furlongs here on the main track. And looking at this group, actually I think it's kind of wide open. There's a lot of horses that have a big shot. Ultimately, though, I did land on the outside, the number 6 Forest Selection as my top pick. This horse was 5-2 on the morning line, was able to graduate and then kind of score that next victory in back-to-back efforts, but more recently tackled allowance level competition here in non-winners of 3 lifetime. And tired in there, kind of was forwardly placed, trying to, get it done on the front end, and just really tired. Beaten by 10 lengths in the end, was 5-1 in that race. Kind of looking at the top 2, working out. We will see later today. The winner, Hadash's Devil, was just much the best in there for trainer Richard Davis. So I think the class relief really should be enough for this one today, and also has that early foot. And this horse got settled out here in the walking ring, and since getting the tack on, has settled in really nicely. So hopefully that'll kind of stay the same way when we get this one on the track. Now, other ones maybe to consider. The number 1, Coubird, has never raced here at Fort Erie locally, but does have one dirt start in the career. You have to go pretty far down the page to find it. Back in March of 2022 at Tampa Bay Downs against $25,000 maiden claimers. But I think it's a note to take, a race I should say, to take note of. Well defeated, but finished second in there with a 47 Beyer speed figure. And then next out, getting that second start off the layoff, this one was able to graduate up at Woodbine, going 5A. Since then, we've had a little bit of a muddied form, but I would say really 2 and 3 races back, this horse was racing well, was claimed out of that last race back in November by trainer John Sims, who does well with these types. Had a good day here at the races yesterday with one of his firsters winning. His go-to rider, Brandon Boulanger, has the mount. And finally, the number 3, Exceed. This is a Colebrook Farms horse. Patrick Dixon is the conditioner. Was 6th last time out up at Woodbine against $7,500 claimers. But go down the page, look at that first effort in 2023. $15,000 was the level of claimers there, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And I thought this horse got a really nice trip, kind of just off the pace, not too far off of it, and was able to draw clear by half a length in the end. The 3rd place finisher came back to win next time out, and obviously he disappointed in his following start. He jumped up in class, and then last time he just he tired late. So curious to see what this one will do on the dirt. Does have that one local start here, but you have to go pretty early in his career to find it. So I'm willing to give him another shot here. And I think, seeing Juan Crawford, he rides a lot for Patrick Dixon, both up at Woodbine and here at Fort Erie, and they've had a lot of success here over the years. So I use him underneath, but for me, I'm curious. For selection on the outside, if he can clear in here, is he able to get the job done? I think he could. Maybe he could get his 3rd lifetime win against this group. Best of luck here in race number 2.
Field for today's second race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to travel 6 furlongs for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade number 1 is Coubird. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Number 2 is Royal Biz. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Colebrook Farms owners of the 3 Exceed. Juan Crawford will ride for trainer Patrick Dixon. Away from parade, number 4 is Demi Quando. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Stephen Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 5 is Bocelli. Kirk Johnson rides for owner-trainer Howard Keane. And completing the field, number 6 is Forest Selection. Brian Shane rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. 3 minutes to post for race 2, now down to 2 minutes. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 kicks off here. On screen now is number 4, Demi Quando. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Heading up to the gate for race 2, it is now post time. Even money on Woodbine Invader Exceed, the number 3, making his Fort Erie debut. First to go up will be Coubird and Brandon Boulanger. Royal Biz, Leo Salas in the colors of Radcliffe Racing Stable, gate 2. Exceed at 4 to 5 with Juan Crawford. Demi Quando and Pierre Mailhot, gate 4. Bocelli races with the bar shoe, Kirk Johnson aboard. And last up will be Forest Selection and Brian Shane. All set. Looks like Bocelli acting up in the gate. Rider is off of Bocelli. Looks like they're backing out the rest of the runners. So it looks like we'll have a slight delay for today's second race. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time. By order of the track veterinarian, take out the number 5, Bocelli. Bocelli is a late scratch. All win, play, show, exactor, try, superfecta wagers on Bocelli will be refunded. If you had Bocelli in any multi-race wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, that is a late scratch of number 5, Bocelli, out of today's second race. Set to begin reloading for race number 2. Still 6-5 on number 3, Exceed. Coobird, the 9-5 second choice. First to go back in. Royal Biz. Exceed. Gate 4 for Demi Quando. And the last up will be for a selection. All set. And they're off. For a selection, hopped up a bit at the start. It is Royal Biz out fastest. Royal Biz will set the pace. Exceed is second, making a rush on the outside for a selection. Fourth along the rail is Coobird, and the trailer will be Demi Quando. They're spread out about 5 lengths front to back. It is Royal Biz leading the way. He's opened up 2 on Forest Selection, who's tugging on the rider. Exceed has asked for a little bit more from third. He's 2 lengths better than Coobird and Demi Quando, who race at the back. Less than a half mile to go. The opening quarter was 22-4. It is Royal Biz still leading the way, 2 lengths better than Forest Selection. It is another 3 back to Coobird, who's passing Exceed, and still at the back is Demi Quando. Royal Biz still leads the way. Leo Salas took a peek back. Nobody has challenged him yet. Forest Selection has asked for more from second. Coobird is third, and Exceed tries to find more along the rail from fourth. 46-3 for the half. They swing for home, and Royal Biz is still in command. Coobird is now into second with Exceed along the rail. Forest Selection is tiring. Royal Biz still has the lead, but he needs to dig in as Coobird comes rallying, and Exceed up the fence has horse. Royal Biz hanging on to a thread as Coobird and Exceed sweep right by. Exceed has the lead. Exceed going better than Coobird. Exceed to the wire. Exceed by a neck. Coobird was a game second over Royal Biz and then Demi Quando. 6 furlongs and 113 flat. Unofficial in today's second race, the winner is number 3, Exceed. Number 1, Coobird, second. Third was number 2, Royal Biz, and fourth, number 4, Demi Quando. Unofficial race 2 order is 3-1-2-4. Exceed now making his way back to the walking ring winner's circle, unofficial winner of today's second race. Exceed is a 5-year-old bay horse by Amy's Holiday out of Elusive Collection, bred here in Ontario by Tall Oaks Farms. Rallying up the rail, Exceed was ridden to victory today by Juan Crawford for trainer Patrick Dixon, And owners Colebrook Farms, who are having a strong Fort Erie season so far, their 6th win of the campaign, ties them for leading owner. That is lifetime win number 3 for Exceed in 26 attempts, taking his Fort Erie debut, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:13 flat. It's actually not Exceed's Fort Erie debut. He raced here once in a stake as a younger horse. Exceed pays $430, $250, and $210. Number 1, Coubird, $290, $220. And 2, Royal Biz, $280. The $2 exacta, $3-1, $950. $1 try, $3-1-2, $11.50. $1 super, $3-1-2-4, $17.50. The $2 double, $4-3, $7.10, and the consolation double with the late scratch number 5 returns $2.80. There was a claim out of today's second race. The winner, Exceed, claimed by new owner Mary Lynn Augustino and moves to the barn of trainer Roy Augustino. The summer concert schedule is on screen now. If you are on track with us tonight, stick around. After the races, we have a free concert featuring The Trip. Race 3 is coming up in 18 minutes. We have an overweight on the number 3, Orbiting the Sky. Will be 2 pounds over at 122.
Race 3 is up next at 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, in for the $5,000 tag. And if you've watched the first 2 races today, you can see horses been able to get a good trip off the pace and close. And yesterday it was a little different. We weren't off track yesterday. We were also off the turf, and just looking at how the earlier races and even the later races, speed was pretty good most of the day. We did have a couple of horses, though, that got those rating trips. So it's kind of tricky. I was between 2 horses here, and I think in terms of distance, Crumbling Bird is a horse that's going to really like the added distance, but the number 1 Jungle Goddess, she's really proven herself over and off track. And I did give her the slight edge in here. And when she won last time out, it was going 5.5 furlongs here on the slot. She's in for the $7,000 tag against that group, and it was kind of her 3rd start in that form cycle. She raced very well, and as I mentioned, just look at her record on and off track. 4 wins from 12 starts. She's been in the money 7 times total, and on a fast track, she's 0 for 5 in the money. I mean, this is really what she likes. The question is the distance, though, but looking at the way that she was able to draw away from that field last time out, I thought was really impressive, and some of the horses that she faced, Fresh Dreams, Pacenza, probably those horses maybe a touch better than some of the other ones that she faces in here, but I will say Crumbling Bird, the number 2, is her main rival, and as I said, I also just kind of flip-flop between these horses. I did use Crumbling Bird for second. I thought, kind of looking at the seasonal debut, she raced very well. She was second best. The winner was another one that closed from off the pace and made a sweeping move to win that one very easy by over 4 lengths. I think she's going to appreciate the stretch out and distance, and looking at her performances here at Fort Erie, she's been a consistent type, just 1 for 6 though, but is 4 for 6 in the money. And you look at her last year, she was a 3-time winner. She had a really great season. She actually was able to light up the tote board at Woodbine back in November. A consistent type who I think she's just going to benefit from that start under her belt. And then from there, the number 4, More Savvy, she improved in her second outing here this season. You look at her in her first race, she was 4th, exit that same race at that time as Crumbling Bird, but then does have that additional start against $4,000 claimers where she made up some ground. Her buyer speed figure didn't improve a ton, but I will say she was 3rd, beaten by less than 2 lengths, and she was closing from off of it. The winner, Snell Flicka, well, she took it in gate-to-wire fashion, so the trip didn't really necessarily work for her, but More Savvy raced very well, and you can see Leo Salas was aboard her last time. Goes to the one here, Jungle Goddess, obviously was able to win with that one last time out, but Chris Husband's never a bad one to have booked to ride your horses, so he's going to ride More Savvy today. But on paper, I do think it's between the 1 and the 2. You can make cases for both of them, but ultimately, I think the sweat track is going to suit the number 1, Jungle Goddess. Just moments away here till the horses get out in the walking ring, and we'll take them on the track here for the 3rd. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. This is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We are traveling 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Jungle Goddess. Leo Salas will ride for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Jim Vatier. 2 is Crumlin Bird. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. 3 is Orbiting the Sky. Brian Shane is the jockey, trained by Julie Mathis for owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 4 is More Savvy. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. Away from parade, number 5 is Rain by Rain. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Double Blooded Stables. Completing the field, number 6 is Luema. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Michael Blake and owners Ascot Stud, James Wilworth, and Rachel Stalker Parks. 2 minutes to post for today's third race. Race 3 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 on the rail runner, Jungle Goddess, looking for back-to-back wins over a sloppy track. 3-1 on both numbers 2, Crumlin Bird, and 5, Rain by Rain. First to go up will be Jungle Goddess with Leo Salas. Crumlin Bird and Mark Lee Buchanan. Gate 3 for Orbiting the Sky. Brian Shane aboard. More Savvy and Chris Husbands. Rain by Rain with Amanda Vandermeersch, gate 5. And to the outside, Luema with Melanie Pinto. All set. And they're off. Jungle Goddess out best from the rail. Luema deep on the track with More Savvy. Crumlin Bird is also showing up for position. Rain by Rain races between horses, and then it's 2 more back to the trailer, Orbiting the Sky. 5/8 of a mile left to go, and Jungle Goddess is freewheeling on the lead. She's up by 3. Crumlin Bird and More Savvy race as a pair, 2 lengths better than Rain by Rain, who's on the inside of Luema, and the trailer is still Orbiting the Sky. 22-2 for the opening quarter. That's a quick one into the wind, and Jungle Goddess's lead is down to 2. More Savvy and Crumlin Bird are in striking position, 3 lengths better than Rain by Rain, who's 4th along the inside. To her outside is Luema, 2 lengths better than Orbiting the Sky. Midway around the turn, Jungle Goddess, the 8-5 favorite, still has control, but More Savvy begins to descend as Crumlin Bird backpedals. Luema and Rain by Rain both gain momentum. The half was 46 flat. They turn for home. Jungle Goddess drifts to the outside. More Savvy being carried out with her. Rain by Rain with plenty of room up the fence. Deep on the track is Luema. Jungle Goddess has a short lead over More Savvy. Rain by Rain tries to rally up the inside. More Savvy takes control from Jungle Goddess. Rain by Rain with a surge up the rail. Still has 2 lengths to make up on More Savvy. More Savvy and Chris Husbands up by 2. It's going to be More Savvy on top. More Savvy, 2.5 lengths better than Rain by Rain, than Jungle Goddess and Orbiting the Sky. 120 flat. Number 4, More Savvy, the unofficial race 3 winner. Second was 5, Rain by Rain. Third, number 1, Jungle Goddess, and 4th, number 3, Orbiting the Sky. Unofficial race 3 order is 4, 5, 1, 3. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial race 3 winner, number 4, More Savvy. More Savvy is a 5-year-old bay mare by Gradar out of As Noted, bred here in Ontario by James Everett, Janine Everett, and Erica Everett Moose. Ridden to victory today by Christopher Husbands for trainer Josh Robillard. More Savvy is owned by the partnership of Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. Lifetime win number 4 for More Savvy, 2 of which have come here over the Fort Erie Dirt. She completed the 6 1/2 furlongs today in a time of 1:20 flat. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And it is now official. More Savvy returns 8:20, 3:60, and 2:30. Number 5, Rain by Rain, 4:30 and 2:50. And number 1, Jungle Goddess, 2:30. Your $2 exacta, 4-5, 28.70. $1 try, 4.51, 42.60. $1 super, 4.513, 120 and 15 cents. The $2 double, 3-4, $20.40. And the $1 pick 3, 20.50. Race 4 is the start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5, 19 minutes to post. There was a claim out of today's third race. Number 2, Crumlin Bird, was claimed by owner-trainer Gary Chidobiak. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be on Tuesday, September 12th. Allowance fillies and mares coming up in today's fourth race. Overweight on the number 1, Sneaky Rebel, 2 pounds over at 122. Number 2, Miss Molly Lalou, 2 pounds over at 120. And number 4, Devil in Her Heart, 3 pounds over at 113. Take note that the rider will not carry a whip on the number 4. We have 17 minutes to post.
Race 4 is up next. It's going to kick off the late pick 5 sequence, $7,500 guarantee. 5.5 furlongs is the distance for these fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, in search of their second lifetime win at this allowance level. Now, I do believe we're going to have a scratch here of the number 1 Sneaky Rebel, so wait till that's reflected in the tote board. And at least we're getting this beforehand, before this sequence kicks off. And that was my top pick in here, so I think the complexion of this race really changes. We'll be down to a field of 5, and I think there's maybe different directions to go into. And for me, now I'm going to scratch into the number 5, Passion to Please, as my top pick. This is a 3-year-old daughter of Passion for Action. In terms of numbers, this is a horse that I believe in his career didn't have a lot of dirt experience, but his runners have actually done well as offspring. And this one's going to get blinkers for the first time in her career. Also gets that weight break from Rachel Selinsky, who's going to be aboard this one. And Rachel Selinsky yesterday had a really nice winner to wrap up the card with Dots Vision in a really nice gate-to-wire fashion. And looking at this one, was able to win on debut, was in a maiden optional claiming event, was in for the tag for $25,000, then raced one more time to kind of cap off that 2-year-old season, and didn't show too much. Now the winner came back to win next time out, was much the best in that $25,000 claiming event, and this one really never got running from the back of the pack. But in her 3-year-old debut, she showed some early speed and was kind of forwardly placed and tired in there to finish 4th, beaten by 5 1/4. She was picked out of that race for $7,500. I just think she's got some intrigue here, trying the dirt, and just looking at her Tomlinson numbers on a wet track, they're not too bad. It's a 377, so willing to see from a limited number of offspring for these Passion for Action runners what she can do here today. The number 6, My Girl Gabby, another one coming to Fort Erie for the first time, was also claimed last time out for $7,500. Just about a week later, on June 16th, was second best in that event, was able to pass some horses late in that non-winners of 2 life. And yes, she was favored, but I thought it was a good performance considering she was facing winners for the first time. Is at 6.5. Today she's going to cut back to 5.5, but looking at her, even her maiden kind of score, she was pretty close to the pace. Now the question for her also, can she handle the dirt? And you look at those works, not too many over the training track, but if you go pretty much back to April when they were using that surface, she's got some okay drills. So for me, those end up being my top 2. The number 2, Miss Molly Lulu. This is a horse that's coming off that maiden score in here, maybe one to look at. I was able to pass a lot of horses in the stretch to be much the best, but complexion of this race certainly changes. With Sneaky Rebel not going to race here, this horse kind of looked like the one on paper. So for me, number 5, Passion to Please, is what I'll look to here in the start of the late pick 5. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time in race number 4. Late vet scratch of the number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Any win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, superfecta wagers on Sneaky Rebel will be refunded. If you are live to Sneaky Rebel in any active multi-race bets, double, pick 3, pick 4, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Consolation double will be paid out. Once again, that is a late vet scratch of the number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Field for today's 4th race is making their way on track. It's an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $7,500. Once again, we have a late scratch of the number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Take note that the number 5, Passion to Please, will race with inserts on the number 5. Scratch to 1, number 2 is Miss Molly Lalou. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner James William Fleming. Number 3 is Forest Choice. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer George Newland and owner Leroy Leslie. Number 4 is Devil in Her Heart. The rider is Alexis Sanchez, trainer Roy Augustino for owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Number 5 is Passion to Please. Rachel Slavinsky will ride for trainer Jeff Foyce, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. Completing the field, number 6 is My Girl Gabby. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. 2 minutes to post for race 4. Behind the starting gate for race 4, it is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the outside runner, My Girl Gabby, off the claim from Woodbine. First to load is another Woodbine claim, number 2, Miss Molly Lalou with Markley Buchanan. Miss Molly Lalou goes in. Forest Choice and Kirk Johnson. Another in from Woodbine. Devil in Her Heart with Alexis Sanchez to gate 4. Passion to Please, off the claim from Woodbine. Rachel Slavinsky aboard, and the last up will be My Girl Gabby. And they're off. Out in a good line, showing speed is Passion to Please with Devil in Her Heart and Forest Choice. Taking back early are Miss Molly Lalou, and the trailer is going to be My Girl Gabby. They begin to spread themselves out now. Passion to Please is ripped out to a 4-length lead over Devil in Her Heart, who races second. Along the rail in third is Forest Choice. Miss Molly Lalou is gaining ground, and it's about 8 lengths back to the trailer, My Girl Gabby. The opening quarter was 22 flat. They are very well spread out. Passion to Please is running off on the lead, 6 lengths better than Devil in Her Heart. Miss Molly Lalou is cruised into third, passing Forest Choice, and still 6 lengths back to My Girl Gabby. With a quarter of a mile left to go, Passion to Please still maintains the lead, but Devil in Her Heart is inching closer under Alexis Sanchez. 3 wide for Miss Molly Lalou, also gaining ground. Now Devil in Her Heart ranges up to Passion to Please and takes the lead at the hold second over Miss Molly Lalou, who's surging down the outside. Devil in Her Heart and Miss Molly Lalou. Here comes My Girl Gabby from the back. They're flying home. Miss Molly Lalou was up for second, then Devil in Her Heart and Forest Choice, 107 and 2. With a dramatic rally, the unofficial winner is number 6, My Girl Gabby. Second is number 2, Miss Molly Lalou. Third, number 4, Devil in Her Heart. And fourth, number 3, Forest Choice. Unofficial race 4 order is 6-2-4-3. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, an impressive race 4 winner, My Girl Gabby. My Girl Gabby is a 3-year-old Grey Roan filly by Funtastic out of Funny Film, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Al Mazzetti. Ridden to victory in last to first fashion today by apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch. My Girl Gabby was trained by Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Going first off the claim, My Girl Gabby earns lifetime win number 2, taking her Fort Erie debut, 5 1/2 furlongs and 107 2. It is official. Prices are up. My Girl Gabby, 410, 260 and 210. Number 2, Miss Molly Lalou, 310 and 230. And number 4, Devil in Her Heart, 260. $2 exacta, 6.2, 10.50. $1 try, 6.243, 13.75. $1 super, 6.243, 33.20. The $2 double, 4.6, returns 16.30. The consolation double with the late scratch number 1, 7.70. And the $1 pick 3, 15.70. We're off the turf for race 5. It is coming up next in 17 minutes to post. And we want to wish a happy 11th anniversary to George and Terry, who are here with us today. Happy anniversary. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. Monday's first post will be at 1:05. And then Tuesday, July 4th, first post will be 4:30. Off the turf for race 5, it will be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratch the number 1, Synchromesh. Rider change on the number 3, Voyant, make the rider Chris Husbands. Vet scratch the number 4, Spiral Storm. Steward scratch the number 9, Blues Power. Also eligible number 10, Morning Thoughts, Will Dryan. 16 minutes to post.
Race 5 is up next. It was originally carted for 5 furlongs on the turf, now moves to the main track at that same distance. Allowance competition here, searching for their second lifetime win. A couple of bookkeeping items, the 1 Synchro Mesh, as well as the number 4 Spiral Storm, and the 9 Blues Power. They're all scratched, but the 10 Morning Thoughts draws in, and we do have a rider change in this race as well. The number 3 Voyant will now be piloted by Chris Husbands. It's an interesting way to kick off the late pick 4 sequence. For me, I'm going to go with the number 5 Working Out, which I'll admit I have a little bit of a reservation with him with his last performance, but I have to say Amanda Vandermeer, she's been riding very well. I was going to ride this one for the first time. We saw her with a great ride in the last with my girl Gabby, a nice ride here yesterday. So I love the way she's riding. I like that this horse is going to get that 5-pound weight allowance today, that little break there. And looking at that race last time out, was obviously eligible for this non-winners of 2 life, but did tackle that non-winners of 3 life. The winner ended up getting a great trip. I just got the job done in the end by a length and a half. So Working Out was simply second best. Having that run here, I think, helps. I think the other thing it might help is a little cut back in distance. Last time out raced at 3/4, now gets the 5 furlong distance. So curious to see this one also get back on an off track. Had success in the past. You can see graduated. It was a long time ago, but at Monmouth Park over a muddy track, and did have a run here late last season over the mud and finished right behind Action Point in that race. And looking at some others in here, the number 8 MC Jackhammer. Feel bad for him. He tries every single time. You know, he usually picks up a decent check, but it's been a while since he's been in the winner's circle. When he was able to graduate, it was last July, and since then, he's really performed really well in 2023. He's had back-to-back second place finishes. Would Be Wild was very impressive. That earned him a kind of a spot in a tougher race in his next outing. And then more recently, One More Ring. This is the horse that we saw on opening day, was able to graduate in a small cup race and then came back and was right in the winner's circle again. So maybe kind of not having those horses in here helps his chances. Is drawn more towards the outside in here, and typically he's pretty close to the pace, which I think kind of suits, bodes well for him, I should say. And Melanie Pinto's ridden him those last 2, and they seem to get along very well. And then from here, the number 3 Voyant. Mentioned Chris Husband's going to pick the mount up here. He raced well in his first start of 2023. He just tired late. I think looking at him historically in the past, he's usually needed a run. And when you kind of look at last year, he really did step up in his second outing. He didn't tire. He finished second behind Money Matters. He was about a length and a quarter in front. And you look at some of the horses that he faced last year, some of those races were maybe tougher than what he'll face today. But I think for improvement, the Anthony Alderson barn's done well with their limited runners, including Voyant and Shakumaku. So this is one that I could see taking a step forward today, and just looking at his record, pretty consistent in kind of picking up those minor shares. But did go to the number 5 Working Out on that slight cut back in distance today while teaming up with Amanda Vandermeer. Best of luck here in the 5th.
Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. It's an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We are off the turf. This will now be run at 5 furlongs on the main track. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Scratch the numbers 1, 4, and 9. Number 10, also eligible, Morning Thoughts, will draw in. And take note that Morning Thoughts will race with inserts on the number 10. Scratch to 1, number 2 is Naval Officer. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Joan Mitchell and owner Linda Lippy. Husbands picks up the mount for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Rough Around the Edges LLC. Scratch to 4, number 5 is Workin' Out. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Lane Gilliforti and owner Chiefswood Stable. Andrew Weems, the owner of number 6 Action Point. Mark Lee Buchanan will ride for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 7 is Core. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Number 8 is Melanie Pinto has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Church Street Stables. Scratch the 9, number 10 is Morning Thoughts. Brandon Boulanger will pilot for trainer Jeff Voice and owner Robin Voice. 2 minutes to post for race 5, late pick 4 wagering starts here. Starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong marker. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Late pick 4 kicks off here. Field for race 5 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism just shifted to the number 5, Working Out, who's at 9-5. 2-1 on the outside runner, Morning Thoughts. Morning Thoughts has been favored through most of the wagering. 4-1 on the 6, Action Point. As the field arrives at the gate. First to load is Naval Officer and Kirk Johnson. Taking a turn before he goes in. Chris Husbands picks up the mount on Voyant. Working Out, Amanda Vandermeersch in the colors of Chiefswood Stable. Action Point and Mark Lee Buchanan. Core and Pierre Mailhot. MC Jackhammer and Melanie Pinto. And last up will be Morning Thoughts and Brandon Boulanger. All set. And they're off. MC Jackhammer broke sharply. Core is showing up. Officer with Voyant between horses. Deep on the track is Morning Thoughts. They're 5 across the track in the early running, giving a good spot to Working Out from 6th, and the trailer is going to be Action Point. Very clustered up front as they go into the turn. Along the rail is Naval Officer, Voyant between horses with Core on the outside. Into 4th is Morning Thoughts. Taking out a little bit is MC Jackhammer. It's a gap of 4 back to Working Out, and trying to launch a rally from the back is Action Point. Quarter of a mile to go, and now deep on the track, Morning Thoughts sticks ahead in front of Core, swinging out wide. Action Point tries to get going from the back. They turn for home. It is Morning Thoughts on top. Core is trying to dig in. Deep on the track, MC Jackhammer and Action Point is widest of all. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. Core digs ahead, digs in, puts the head back in front of Morning Thoughts. Morning Thoughts needs to do better. It is Core and Pierre Mailhot. Morning Thoughts, one last surge. Core drifts out, but Core prevails ahead over Morning Thoughts, then Working Out an Action Point, 58-4. Photo finish in race 5. Hold all tickets. In the photo, it was number 7, Core, coming up over number 10, Morning Thoughts. Third was number 5, Working Out. And fourth, number 6, Action Point. Unofficial race 5 order is 7-10-5-6. Hold all tickets. The inquiry sign has been posted. We have a rider's claim a foul into race number 5. The rider of number 3, Voyant, claiming foul against the unofficial winner, number 7, Core, alleging interference at the top of the stretch. Interference at the top of the stretch. Hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, on top of the rider's claim of foul, we have a trainer's claim of foul. The trainer of number 10, Morning Thoughts, claiming foul against number 7, Core, alleging interference in the stretch run. So we have a trainer's claim of foul, 10 against 7, on top of the rider's claim of foul, 3 against 7. Inquiry has concluded. Both claims of foul have been disallowed. There will be no change to the order of finish in race number 5. 7:10, 5-6 to go official momentarily. Official winner of race number 5, Core, is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by First Samurai out of Colbra, bred here in Ontario by Tim Moose and Erica Everett Moose. Ridden to victory today by Pierre Mailhot for trainer Robert Warner and owners Robert and Nancy Warner. That is a natural double for trainer Robert Warner and the ownership group of Robert and Nancy Warner. Second consecutive win for Core, who completed the 5/8 in the mud today in 58 and 4. $24.70, $8.80, and $4.80. Number 10, Morning Thoughts, 5 to place, $3.50. And number 5, Working Out, $2.70. $2 Exacta, 710, $103.60. The $1 Try, 710.5, $182.30. $1 Super, 710.56, $1,204.15. $2 Double, 6-7, $51.80. $1 Pick 3, $70.35. $1 Early Pick 4, $245.80. And the $1 Pick 5, $543.65. Final Pick 3 of the day coming up in race 6, Fillies and Mares Claimers, $5,000, 21 minutes to post. On screen now is the win photo for today's 5th race, with the number 7 Core coming out over the 10 Morning Thoughts. Race 5 win photo on screen now. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds have their turn on Sunday, August 13th. $20 minutes to post, now 19 minutes to post for race 6. Stewart scratched the number 3, All About the Drama.
Race 6 is up next for fillies and mares and for that $5,000 tag, and looking at horses that have not won a race this year in 2023 or not have won 4 in their life. 5 furlongs here on the main track, just 1 scratch of the number 3, all about the drama, which leaves us with a field of 6. And it's going to be interesting to see this field. Kind of looking at probably the class of the field on paper. It is the one, Dreaming of Passion, who I landed on, but felt yet this year. And just looking at her season last year, she was a 4-time winner, had some really big performances, was able to rattle off back-to-back wins, also had a second place finish Luminary Cup, and I thought it was a good performance. And like we see sometimes here, horses maybe fire early in the meet, they tire later in the season. Her last 2, her kind of form trailered off a little bit, and I think getting her here the $5,000 level is a nice spot to see what she's able to do now as a newly turned 4-year-old filly. And I think, kind of looking at this field, it's basically a good starting point. I think maybe if she's able to return to some of the races that she had last year, we could see her against tougher competition in the future. So I did use her on top, but as I mentioned, the only horse in the field that doesn't have a race under the belt this year. Now, other horses to consider, the number 7, Fun Cool. This one out of the Roy Augustino barn was claimed here on opening day here. You can see that claiming price there was a nice price of $5,000. Finished 3rd in that performance. Crumlin Bird was the horse that finished in front. The stablemate, she didn't race too well today earlier on in the program, and I think looking at Fun Cool, I like that this horse ran well on opening day, and yes, this horse did kind of tire more recently over the slop, which is a little bit of a question in some respect, but it was also against tougher competition, was in for that $7,000 tag. So I think in terms of this group today, you are getting some class relief. Another thing to note, I mentioned off track's a little bit concerning, but go back to that race in October, the middle of the month. This horse was much the best, had a 57 Beyer speed figure, one of her better efforts so far in her career in Pure Mail Hot. We saw him in the last race with Post 7. He was able to score the upset with Core at odds of 11-1. And then finally, the number 5, Cozy Cat. This is probably the horse that caught my eye physically coming over. She raced very well here on June 13th, but she was on her toes. It looks, from what I can see from a little bit of a distance, she settled down a little bit since getting the tack on, but I thought she looked really good. Carries a lot of weight for her size. She's a 6-year-old daughter of Kozan that was bred in Florida, and she's been consistent in her last couple efforts. She actually ended the season with a nice 3rd place finish, and I think to kind of see that launching point for the season, she's going to step up a little bit in claiming price, but I think she can move forward today and is 2 for 6 in the money over the off-going. But ultimately, she's ready to roll off the layoff, but this is probably the level that she needs to start her 2023 campaign. Best of luck here in race number 6.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. This is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023, or which have never won 4 races. We are sprinting 5 furlongs on the main track for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and the final 20-cent pick 3 on today's card. Take note that the number 1, Dreamin' of Passion, will race with inserts. Inserts on the number 1. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Dreamin' of Passion. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is New York Mint. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Michael Bennett, who owns in partnership with Judith Greaves. Scratch the 3, number 4 is Miss P's Bella. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 5 is Cozy Cat. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Larry Hutchison. George Newland owns and trains the number 6, Easy Access. The rider is Brandon Boulanger. Completing the field, number 7 is Fun Cool. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Michael Bellissimo. 6 minutes to post for race 6. Starting gate taking position, 3 minutes to post for today's 6th race. Heading up to the starting gate for today's 6th race. It is now post time. 2-1 on the Rail Runner, Dreamin' of Passion. Close second choice at 5-2 is the 7, Fun Cool. 3-1 on both 4, Miss Peas Bella, and 5, Cozy Cat. It's a pretty wide open betting board here. First to load is Dreamin' of Passion with Deshaun Bino. The 9-year-old mare, New York Mint with Mark Lee Buchanan. Miss Peas Bella with Kirk Johnson. Cozy Cat with Amanda Vandermeersch. Easy Access with Brandon Boulanger. And last up will be Fun Cool with Pierre Mailhot. Just waiting on Fun Cool. She goes in and we are all set. And they're off. Miss Peas Bella broke on top from the outside. Easy Access and Fun Cool are both showing up. Cozy Cat going to land in a stalking spot from 4th, a length better than New York Mint, and the trailer is going to be Dreamin' of Passion. About 8 lengths front to back. On the front, it's a duel between Easy Access and Fun Cool. Miss Peas Bella takes back into 3rd. She's about 3 lengths better than Cozy Cat from 4th, who's racing in front of New York Mint and Dreamin' of Passion, who's angled to the outside. 22-2 for the opening quarter. Fun Cool is now opened up 3 lengths on Easy Access. Miss Peas Bella tries to re-break from 3rd. Dreamin' of Passion is 3 wide, rallying into 4th, passing Cozy Cat and New York Mint. They swing for home. It is Fun Cool on top under the mailman. Easy Access needs to do better from 2nd. She's only holding place by a length from Miss Peas Bella. Down the stretch they come. It is Fun Cool up by 7. Miss Peas Bella is into 2nd with Dreamin' of Passion rallying from the back, but there is nobody who's a relative threat to Fun Cool. She is much the best. Fun Cool and Pierre Mailhot, then Miss Peas Bella, Dreamin' of Passion, and Easy Access, 59-1. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 7, Fun Cool. Second was number 4, Miss Peas Bella. Third, number 1, Dreamin' of Passion. And fourth, number 6, Easy Access. Unofficial race 6 order is 7-4-1-6. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial race 6 winner, number 7, Fun Cool. Fun Cool is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Old Forester out of Mrs. Monty, bred here in Ontario by Frank DeGiulio Jr. and John Carey. That is a natural double for the mailman, Pierre Mailhot. Fun Cool trained to victory today by Roy Augustino for owner Michael Bellissimo. That is lifetime win number 4 in 18 starts for Fun Cool, completing the 5 furlongs in the slop in 59-1. Hold all tickets until race 6 is official. It is official. Prices are up. Fun Cool, $5.40, $3.50, and $2.40. Number 4, Miss P's Bella, $8.90 to place, $4 to show. Number 1, Dreamin' of Passion, $2.50. $2 Exacta, $7.4, $36.90. The $1 Try, $7.41, $77.35. $1 Super, $7.416, $164.05. The $2 Double, a pair of 7s, $86.30, and the $1 Pick 3, $80.95. Late double wagering coming up in the 7th, 18 minutes to post. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. 17 minutes to post for race number 7. The number 3 Honey Girl will be 3 pounds over at 113, and take note the rider will not carry a whip. Number 6 Miss Sidhu, 4 pounds over at 122. Vet Scratch the number 7, One Last Fling. And the number 8, Katie and Emma, will be 3 pounds over at 123.
Race 7 is up next. It's for fillies and mares in search of that third career win. Claiming price of $6,250. We're on the main track here at 6 furlongs. And just looking at this field, one scratch to note, and actually a key scratch in here of the number 7, One Last Fling. So looking at the rest of the field in here, to me, the horse that I have pretty much all my faith in and need this one to win for the late pick 3 is the number 5, Let's Run 2. This one trained by Anthony Adamo. Just looking at that run last time out, I thought this horse was a really well-met second behind Glitter Bay, who we saw tackle the boys yesterday in the nightcap. And I think all in all, she raced pretty well against a tough group. And for this one, career best buyer speed figure last time, a 63. Prior to that, picked up that second lifetime win up at Woodbine in just that second start of 2023. Really hard to knock this daughter of Run Happy. I think when you look at her races, she's been very consistent throughout her career. And the big thing is we saw that dirt effort. It was a good one. And I think actually with some moisture in the dirt today, we're going to see an improvement from this one. Has a really nice Tomlinson number, and pedigree here screams dirt. So really looking forward to see Let's Run 2 race here. But some other ones to look at. The number 2, Born to Be Good. This one trained by Stephen Cathcart. Pierre Malhot's going to pick up the mount here. Wasn't aboard in those last couple efforts, and Pierre is having a very good day today with a couple of winners already on the program. This one was second last time out over the sloppy going, slightly longer. 6.5 furlongs was the distance, and just couldn't catch Is There a Forest in the end. And you look at that race 2 back, that seasonal debut. Pacenza was kind of much the best on paper. Rain by Rain was second. We saw that one with a good run here earlier on the card. Just a consistent mare who I think can at least get a piece. And I think the big thing last time out that made the difference with that off track and having that moisture in the surface, Born to Be Good was close, and I think that's been the key. Having her a little bit closer to the pace has made that difference, and I think Pierre Malhot's going to have her in a good position early on. And then as a sleeper, I'm not sure how much love this horse will take on the tote board, but I have some curiosity around the number 3, Honey Girl. This one, owned and trained by Des Maynard, was 5th last time out to end the season against $7,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime. Tried to pick it up from the back of the pack and just passed a couple of horses, but 2 starts back was second behind Jungle Goddess. She's had some inconsistencies in her form, but all in all, last year she had a good season. She picked up both of her career wins and was 6 for 9 in the money. And just kind of curious about her. Gets a pretty nice weight break of 10 pounds against this group as well, which certainly doesn't help with these conditions. But I think they're going to have a tough time beating the number 5 Let's Run 2 here for trainer Tony Adamo and Bermuda Blue Farm. Best of luck here if you're playing the late double.
Field for today's 7th race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to travel 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Number 1 is Royal City Rain. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Away from parade, number 2 is Born to Be Good. Pierre Mailhot has the call for trainer Stephen Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. Number 3 is Honey Girl. Alexis Sanchez rides for owner trainer Desmond Maynard. Number 4 is Tickle Her Toe. Emil Ramsamy will pilot for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Bermuda Blue Farm, owners of the 5, Let's Run 2. Mark Lee Buchanan will ride for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 6 is Miss Sidhu. Brian Shane rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Scratch the 7. Number 8 is Katie and Emma. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Late double wagering coming up here in the 7th. You've got a few minutes to get your wagers in. Just a heads up, if you are on track with us tonight, the free concert featuring the trip will still be happening. However, we are moving it indoors into the old slots building just to prepare for the oncoming rain. So the free concert is still happening tonight. We are just moving it indoors to the slots building. So after the last race, if you're sticking around, be sure to head inside. Starting gate taking position, not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Heading up to the starting gate, it is now post time for race 7. Even money on the 5, let's run 2. 2 to 1 second choice is number 4, Tickle Her Toe. 7 to 2 on the 2, Born to Be Good. Field of 7, set to kick off the late double. Royal City Rain and Chris Husbands to the rail. Born to Be Good, looking to give Pierre Mailhot 3 wins in a row. Honey Girl with apprentice Alexis Sanchez. Tickle Her Toe with Emil Ramsamy. Let's Run 2, Mark Lee Buchanan, now down to 4 to 5. Miss Sidhu with Brian Shane will come up next. And the outside gate will be Katie and Emma with Ishmael Mosquera. All set. And they're off. Born to Be Good broke well with Katie and Emma on the outside. Royal City Rain in tight along the inside. Honey Girl looks for position with Let's Run 2 in 4th. Splitting horses is Tickle Her Toe. The early trailer is going to be Miss Sidhu. Down the backstretch they go, and Honey Girl has assumed control. Katie and Emma is racing on the outside with Born to Be Good along the rail. Tickle Her Toe is into 4th with Let's Run 2 5th on her outside. 2 more lengths back to Royal City Rain, and the trailer is still Miss Sidhu. The opening quarter was 22 and 4. It is Honey Girl leading the way with just over 3/8 of a mile to go. Katie and Emma is into 2nd with Tickle Her Toe as Born to Be Good begins to backpedal. Needing more is Let's Run 2. She's under a ride from 5th, still 6 lengths better than Royal City Rain and Miss Sidhu. Quarter of a mile on top. Born to Be Good tries to re-break along the rail. Tickle Her Toe is 2nd on the outside, trying to launch a rally now is Let's Run 2. They have just over a furlong to go. Honey Girl still has a short lead, but here comes Tickle Her Toe. Born to Be Good along the fence. Honey Girl still leads. Honey Girl hanging on by a thread because here comes Born to Be Good resurging along the rail. It is Born to Be Good, 3 in a row for the mailman. Born to Be Good and Pierre Mailhot. Honey Girl was a game second. Tickle Her Toe and then Let's Run 2. 1, 12, and 4. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 2, Born to Be Good. Second was the 3, Honey Girl. Third number 4, Tickle Her Toe, and 4th the 5, Let's Run 2. Unofficial race 7 order is 2, 3, 4, 5. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial race 7 winner, number 2, Born to Be Good. Born to Be Good is a 6-year-old bay mare by Giant Gizmo out of Miss Ambition, bred here in Ontario by Perrone and Cooper. That is a riding triple for Pierre Mailhot, a natural hat trick. Born to Be Good trained to victory today by Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. That's lifetime win number 3 in 29 starts for Born to Be Good, who completed the 6 furlongs in the slop. And hold all tickets until race 7 is official. Prices are up. Born to Be Good, $250. Long Shot Honey Girl in for second, $15.60 to place and $5.50 to show. Tickle Her Toe, $240. $2 exacta, 2-3, $125.10. The $1 try, 2-3-4, $173.05. $1 super, 2-3-4-5, $316.40. $2 double, 7-2, $24.80. The $1 pick 3 returns. Race 8 closes out the card. We are off the turf, and take note, there will be no jackpot high five wagering. The wager will move into Mondays. So just a reminder, if you are here with us tonight at Fort Erie Racetrack, we have our free concert coming up after the last race. Free concert featuring the Trip. It has been moved indoors into the old slots room. We will not be having it outside as the rain is about to come in soon. So the free concert will be inside tonight after the last race. Race 8 coming up in 17 minutes off the turf. We will now be at 6 1/2 furlongs on the main track. Steward scratch the number 1, William Boy. Number 4, AI Initiative, will be 2 pounds over at 122. Steward scratch the number 5, Am Prepared. Steward scratch the number 7, Vittori Kin. Steward scratch the number 9, Readouts Light. AE10, Dotted Line, Will Dryan. 17 minutes to post.
Race 8 is our last race on today's card. Is originally carded for about 7 furlongs on the turf, which means it moves to 6.5 here on the dirt. It's a claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. $6,250 is the claiming price. And some key scratches in here. The 1, 5, 7, and 9 are out. The 10 draws in. And the complexion obviously changes with the surface change. But still go to the number 4, AI Initiative, as my top pick in here. I know this horse raced pretty well back a couple weeks ago here on the turf at the $6,000 level. Made a really nice late run. It's the first time we had seen this one on the turf in quite some time. And now going to get back to the main track. This horse does have some experience over the wet track. 4 for 7 in the money. Still looking for record. He's 4 for 46 in his lifetime. But he's picked up a lot of checks, minor shares, a lot of second place finishes. And just looking at some of the efforts that we saw from him last year, I'm wondering if just having a race under his belt and really 2 on the year is enough to see him move forward today. He's had some tough beats late in 2022 as well. So I used him on top. He may want to go longer than 6.5, but knowing that he raced well at 7 on the turf, I'm okay with the distance today. Now, the number 6, Halflet, raced very well off the long layoff, kind of surprisingly well in that 5 furlong turf event behind Union Colonel, who was able to pick up another win here locally on the turf course. And then last time out, I think that race, that $8,000 claiming event, was won by Summer Retreat. Paperback Heroes in there. It was a pretty tough field, and it was a big field to say the least of 9 runners. And I think this is some class relief. Gets the 5-pound weight break. Amanda Vandermeer riding well. Had been aboard this one late last year and had a really nice third. Actually finished right behind Diamondback in that race. I'm just curious to see if this horse can take another step forward. Maybe will offer a bit more value. And then finally, the horse that draws in the number 10, Dotted Line. This is a horse that was claimed late last year. You can see for $15,000, only in for $6,000 today. Was able to pick up some pieces last time out late, but was only 6th best in that race, going a mile and a 16th up at Woodbine. Prior to that, was able to pick his 5th career win up at the $25,000 level. And just looking at his numbers, he's run some really big races with some big figures. The question is the dirt. I mean, he does have a lone dirt race. You have to go pretty far back to find it, and his workouts haven't been the speediest here over the surface. But just looking at his numbers alone, you have to think there's some talent there, and if he can get over the dirt and he can replicate anything near them, that's a positive sign. And looking at the other thing to note, look who's booked to ride. Pierre Malhot. He's had our triple 3 races in a row. Going to look if he can take this late pick 4 with Dotted Line. But lots of horses to maybe consider the impact field, but the number 2, Diamondback, probably my paddock pick. This horse looked really good, put on a lot of weight from what we've seen in the past, and has a good record here on the off-going. 2 for 2 in the money, one of which was a win. So a lot of options here. Be interesting to see how the tote action continues to come in for this nightcap. We'll see you back here on Monday with that earlier post. Good night, guys.
Field for today's 8th and final race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We are off the turf, so this will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs on the main track. We're going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. No jackpot high five today due to the scratches. The carryover will move into Monday's card of racing. Take note that numbers 4, AI Initiative, and 10, Dotted Line, will race with inserts. Scratch the 1, number 2 is Diamondback. Isabel Wentz rides for trainer Pierre Crete and owner Charlie Brown. Number 3 is Cryptic Creed, Brothers Stable. Number 4 is AI Initiative. Leo Salas will ride for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Jim Vitier. Scratch the 5. We'll come back to the 6, scratch the 7. Number 8 is Beyond My Dreams. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Scratch the 9. Number 10 is Dotted Line. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner trainer Jeff Voice. And on screen now, number 6 is Half Lit. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for owner trainer Howard Keene. 1 minute to post for race 8. About to head behind the starting gate for today's 8th and final race. It is now post time. Field of 6 set to go in this off-turf tilt. Even money on the 10, dotted line, with the red hot Pierre Mail Hot. 3-1 on number 4, AI Initiative. 4-1 on number 6, Half Lit. And 5-1 on the 8, Beyond My Dreams. First up is Diamondback with Isabel Wentz. Cryptic Creed and Kirk Johnson. AI Initiative and Leo Salas. Half Lit with Amanda Vandermeersch. Beyond My Dreams and Melanie Pinto. The last in will be Dotted Line with Pierre Mail Hot. All set. And they're off. Half Lit broke right to the outside, carrying out Beyond My Dreams and Dotted Line up the inside. Here comes Diamondback showing plenty of early speed. It's going to be Diamondback and Half Lit dueling on the lead. Dotted Line is going to sit a stalking trip 2.5 lengths off the leaders. Then we have Beyond My Dreams, Cryptic Creed, and the trailer is AI Initiative. Less than 5 furlongs to go. Diamondback leads the way with Half Lit second, 3/4 of a length back. The quarter was 23-1. It's a gap of 4 back to Dotted Line, who's worked his way to the inside. Beyond My Dreams racing in 4th in the 2-path. Then along the fence, Cryptic Creed, and the trailer is still AI Initiative. They race into the far turn. Diamondback is asked for more on the lead. Half Lit begins to cruise up in second. Now Half Lit sticks ahead in front. Dotted Line is ranged into contention from third. Beyond My Dreams ridden along from fourth. AI Initiative gets going, passing Cryptic Creed. The half was 46-3, less than a quarter of a mile to go. Half Lit has the lead. Dotted Line is right there. Diamondback tries to find more along the fence, and deep on the track is Beyond My Dreams. Half Lit fights on as Dotted Line sticks ahead in front. Beyond My Dreams rallying down the outside. 3 across the track at the 8th pole. Beyond My Dreams down the far outside. Half Lit is trying. Dotted Line quits. Beyond My Dreams and High Game. Half Lit, Beyond My Dreams, and Melanie Pinto. Half Lit was second, then Dotted Line and AI Initiative, 118-2. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 8, Beyond My Dreams. Second was the 6, Half Lit. Third, number 10, Dotted Line. And fourth, number 4, AI Initiative. Unofficial race 8 order, 8-6-10-4. Race 8 is now official. Coming back now to the Walking Ring Winner's Circle, your official Race 8 winner, number 8, Beyond My Dreams. Beyond My Dreams is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Congrats out of Simply Stylish, bred here in Ontario by Penny Conrad and Manfred Conrad. Ridden to victory today by Melanie Pinto for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Beyond My Dreams rallies down the outside to get his 4th career win, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in the slop in 1:18 shortly. Beyond My Dreams returns $9.80, $4 and $2.30. Half Lit, number 6, $3.70 and $2.20. Number 10, Dotted Line, $2.30 to show. $2 Exacta, 8.6, $24.70. The $1 Try, 8.6, $10, $26.75. $1 Super, 8.6, $10.4, $50.85. No jackpot high five wagering today. Carryover resumes on Monday's card of racing. The $2 double, 2.8, $41.60. $1 pick 3, $94.45. $1 late pick 4, $750.95. And the $1 late pick 5, $1,841.65. Jackpot High Five wagering resumes on Monday. The carryover is $18,613.59. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for everything going on the track, live streaming of the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Monday, July 3rd. First post will be 1:05. And on Tuesday, July 4th, we will be starting at our normal 4:30. Dog races are back this summer at Fort Erie. A couple of special Sunday cards. Wiener Dogs out on Sunday, July 16th. And the Basset Heads 13th. Mark your calendars. Second jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown, the Prince of Wales Stakes, will be on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. That concludes another racing week here at Fort Erie. Despite the less than ideal conditions this week, we had great wagering support, and we want to thank everybody for coming out and joining us. If you're on track with us tonight, don't forget the free concert featuring the trip is taking place in the old slots room. Be sure to head inside and enjoy the free concert. From all of us here at Fort Erie Racetrack, we want to wish you all a lovely Tuesday night, and we will see you on Monday.